And that, kids, is how you get to the spa the easy way.
After but there was one so. It appears he's been taken. Surely after fate, I'd do any. What the implication?
Guys. Not actually the weapon I meant to have out, but that works. Hey, Mackenzie. Sorry, just saw your message. Back from a very busy weekend. Took some time to play some Convergence. No, hey, thank you. Appreciate that. Could be a curse, could be a blessing. Depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Well, cheer and other things. One of my kids had a cheer competition. Yeah, all's well. It's good stuff. One of my kids had a cheer competition. The other kid... Ow. Oh, shoot. Oh, yep, that's going to cost me. That's what I get for messing around. And then I also had a formal dinner, what's called a roll call dinner within an organization I'm a part of. And I'm a state dignitary, I guess is the most accurate way to put it, within that organization. So, although it was fun, I was glad I was there. It was also a sort of proverbial political dinner, for lack of any other term. Nice. Andre, you got it. Hey, Virgil. Nah, not really. Nothing really uncomfortable about it. Mostly chill. The most uncomfortable part was the fact that I have to wear a suit. No, I'm level 433 or 443 or something. I mean, I'm high enough level that I've got like 4 hard cap stats. Oi. All right. See you back in a bit. Hope all's well, Mackenzie. Oh, come on. I hate those tight spaces. Hey, Light. It's going pretty good. Oh, glowing eyes. These guys get extra goodies. Look at that. 21,000 for that guy. Nice. Stairs. Alright. Let's get this shit going. ng+12. No. No. You get maxed out. It's one of the reasons why people don't, like, fully understand what it really means to be, like, ng+12. I mean, they get the mechanics of it, right? But ng plus a lot. Once you get above 7, what everybody says is that when you get above 7, nothing changes. It stays basically the same. I don't think that's true. What does happen, and there are a few places you can see where the things really matter. What you're getting are stats. This game is all about stats and numbers. That's really, and skill of being able to do stuff, right? But it's all about stats and numbers. So I have Vigor above 60 is very low value. I'm 60, obviously, if you look at my bar, right? 60 is already really high. 45 Mind is the... 45 is the real, what I would call the soft cap of consequence. And I don't know any other better name for it. Hey, Sari. Saralith Saralithadet? Wah. I'm going to go with Sierra. Saralithadet. Wah. Yeah, this is the DLC. Here's one of the things that people don't really understand about the mathematics of how this game really works, right? We're going to assume that what it is that really matters is not the individual fights, like what I'm doing right now, kind of walking through an area, going back to my rune pile, basically. But going through and killing trash, that's not actually the critical part of the game. From a... Is it Sierra or Sarah? It's what goes... how do I put it? It's the fights that will require you to use your flasks, Flask of Tears, to succeed, right? The big fights. It may be some trash fight out in the field, but trash fights. Fights that have enough hit points that matters. Wicker Men, which aren't bosses at all. They're just really freaking hard, is an example of that. So, within that category of fights, the amount of FP that you have is the amount in your bar plus the amount each Flask of Cerulean Tears gives you, with however many charges you have. I have 6 charges. So if my flask is giving me 1,000 FP, I'm making up numbers because I don't know what the real number is. I could figure it out, I suppose. But for argument, let's say it's 1,000 FP. If my FP right now, actually, let me look at my number first. So my FP right now is 1,000. That's crazy. 268. So a Flask of Cerulean Tears with all of my stats and everything gives me, let's say, 250, right? That means that if I use it with an empty bar, I don't fill the bar. And that's what's critically important. So the most that I will get out of that FP is 250. It's not another bar full, right? I only get the 250 that the tier gives. It doesn't matter if I have an FP of 250 or an FP of 1,000. I'm only getting 250 FP from each of the flasks that I have. So again, I'm going to go with the easy numbers. Let's say that I have 10 Flask of Cerulean Tear charges. That's 2,500. That's how much FP I get from it. So if my FP is 250, I get 2,500 plus the 250 that I have, right? So 2,750. If my FP bar is 1,000, let's say it's 300. Go the realistic number. I could actually get to 300, I think. Let's say that my bar was 300. I would get 2,500 plus 300. So that's only 2,800. I only got 50 more FP for that huge increase in FP. I'd have to go from a mind of 45 to a mind of like 60. And all I'm getting for the entirety of the fight is 50 FP. That's it. That's all I'm getting. The whole fight, start to finish, I'm getting 50 FP, assuming I'm not regenerating somehow. That's actually not very much. And that's one of the things that people don't do that calculus when they do the calculation. When they're talking about soft cap and hard cap, I never see people talking about that, when that's actually the important part. That's what really matters. So your health bar matters, right? Because you have to be able to survive one hit. So having a full health bar, if you're getting hit for... as long as I get hit for less than 1,900, I'm not going to be killed by one hit. And if I raise my HP to 2,000 and the opening move from a boss is 1,950, with 1,900 I die. With 2,000 I don't. I only have 50 left, but I survive to be able to get more health. FP doesn't have that same sort of immediate issue. So that's one of the things about how these stats work. People simplify it to, well, you're just not getting as much anymore. It's not that easy. So if you go with, and by the way, you can also degenerate that too far down. You also have to look at how much a spell costs to cast. If a spell costs 60, 6, 12, 18, 24, 240, a bar of 250 will still only give you 4 casts. 6, 12, 18, 24, a bar of 240 will give you 4 casts of the same spell. So why go up unless you can get to 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 300. Then you can get 5 casts. So when you're looking at it, it's a stepper function of you get 4 casts, now you get 5, now you get 6. Just, it's not like a curve like this, not meaningfully. But that depends on the spell that you use. How much of that, what that curve looks like and everything else. Generally speaking, if you treat it like a stepper function, you're going to be in pretty good shape. And that's the thing that I think people don't really understand when they're doing their various calculations, is what the value of the things that you're doing are. Anyway, so that's a big chunk of what's going on within the game. So there's no reason for me to crank up my FP, my mind, above 45. All I'm adding is 50 mana for the Radon fight. It's all I'm adding is 50 FP. I get maybe one more cast of a big spell, maybe 2 or 3 in the entire fight from beginning to end of a smaller spell. That's it. That's not worth it. That's not gonna, that will theoretically help me win. Realistically, it will not. And that's one of the things that people don't really get. So you can be a caster and keep cranking your FP up. All you're doing is getting your initial bar bigger. Once that bar's empty, it's what your flask is worth is what matters, everything. If you choose to use one of these, the Cerulean Seed Talisman, or the +1 version, which is what I carry, if you choose to use one of these, you're increasing how much FP your flask gives. That will increase massively the amount of FP you have. You're much better off statting so that this is one of your, get other stats up and ignore your mind bar up to a certain amount, and only increasing it a little bit to where this will give you that much more. That's where it gets meaningful. But these are actually complicated calculations. It's not just as easy as this is the soft cap. And stamina is one of those examples, right? I'm carrying a a relatively heavy greatsword and the heaviest shield in the game, with the heaviest armor in the game. And I'm at medium load without any talismans that are weight-bearing. So it's easily worth cranking my endurance up high enough to be able to do that. They'll say 80 is the soft cap, or 80 is the hard cap. It's not. As you keep adding endurance, your equipment load keeps going up. The max equipment load without any augmentation is 160. And you need to be close to that to be able to carry this kind of gear. If you don't need to carry this gear, there's no reason to do that. But it gives you the extra equipment load that you need. So there is no hard cap except 99 on endurance. Diminishing returns, yes, but hard cap, no. Again, not until you get to the maximum you can literally set the stat to. It's a boring way to play, but it's effective. Can't argue with that. Ronnie. Endless Night. I think it's the least objectionable ending. Ouch. I screwed that up. Yeah, there are other interesting endings, but that's the one. What I wish is that they had a better cutscene for most of them. Most of the endings, the cutscene at the end is basically just there's a slightly different graphic in the background. It would have been cool if they made better cutscenes, but come on, I mean, this is, you know, that's hardly an objection. I love it when they hit to get stuff out of their way. That's hilarious. I think Dung Eater is a worse ending than Frenzied Flame. I've done it once. I've done Frenzied Flame a couple times, but I've done Dung Eater once. And I refuse to do it for the longest time. Dung Eater is an objectionable ending. I think Dung Eater is a worse ending from a like roleplay-ish perspective. Depending on how you measure it, I suppose. Well, you're basically cursing the people of the lands between forever. Or effectively. So, Dung Eater has a quest line that if Dung Eater quest line, you end up with, you end up basically applying Dung Eater's curse when you mend the Elden Ring, and it's an ugly ending. It is not a happy ending, so to speak. Oh, boo. So, it's the Dung Eater questline, Mateo. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Dung Eater character. Come on, big guy. Yeah. Yeah, Dung Eater is a bad one. So when you go into the catacombs under the city, that's where you encounter Dung Eater. He's sitting in a chair, or he's in a jail cell. And you get a quest line. He's the guy that's at... wait, if you don't know... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I just like to have done them all. So, let me hop back there real quick. I don't know if he's in here still. Yeah, he has a shadow in here sometimes. Yeah, there he is. So, this guy is Dung Eater.
Have you ever fox? Apparently you are, but you no longer have been. No, you have felt I can smell. Apparently my was a brief going and trapped in it. I can kill
So
you.
this is his quest line.
In the pot.
And the reason that he's willing to give me the quest line is because I have... is it in here? I have this Seedbed Curse in my inventory. What's the least known thing about Elden Ring? See, that's tough. Because anything that's not well known, somebody's made a video. The 10 least known things in Elden Ring, you know what I mean? The laser golem, maybe? That you can attack up and down when you're on a ladder. Yeah, I agree. Ronnie's ending is the best. So if I go back down to the catacombs... Can I even get to him now? I don't think I can get to him anymore, can I? Yeah, I think I'm locked out of his quest line now. So the laser golem is back... It's actually tricky to get to. Give me a sec. It's back here. Sorry, I'm adjusting my brain. Okay, here we go. It's back up in this area. Up around back here. To get there, let's see if I can do it right. So there are a couple different ways to get there. I'm going to try to get there the easiest way, which is to take advantage of the drop that's here, or the spirit jump. What you've got to do is you want to clear that. I'm not going to make it nowhere near. I wasn't sprinting. So you need to be sprinting when you do it. And you want to go... I'm not going to make it. I was in the wrong direction. So you want to go down. You do a jump down there. If you can't do it that way, there's a different path. Hold on, I got to study, make sure I'm getting it right. You come back over here. Oh, heal that, by the way. Usually it wouldn't matter too much, but it does this time. And by the way, this is a perilous journey down. Oh, he's still up. I didn't do the laser golem. Okay, the reason this place exists is right here is a painting. You know those painting quests? That's what's here. And it's where you get this Ash of War, Rain of Arrows. Which is the Radon's Bow Ash of War. That's what this place is here. Yeah, this is the strongest golem. Hey, Wandering Sage. So, and he isn't a joke, just to be clear. Let's do this. Now watch. Probably because of my level, he's not going to be that hard, but yeah, look. All that damage and it's like nothing. Up, there's the lasers. Uh-oh. Ow! Oh, I'm about to get hit. And that's one of the ways you die. That's the laser golem. God, they are not a joke. You can, but not from... So the range on the Rain of Arrows is actually pretty good. Let me see... I forget if I... Yeah, I go heavy load if I put that on. There are other spells you can use. The problem is that once you get in range of him, you have to actually get to like a different a location where he can walk under you, and that makes it nearly impossible to target him with spells. Even with all the tricks of like targeting with a camera and all that, the problem is the spells will hit what's in the way. Maybe. Nope, not even close. Ah. Oh, shit. Oh, yep, that's how you do it. That's the easy way down, in case that wasn't obvious. Yeah. Oh no, he moved back. Oh, lasers. No, 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 no. Oh. Actually, he is proverbially guarding the one of the best ashes of war. He's not. You can get the ash of war without it. I'm screwing around with the guy. Getting knocked off the edge, that was awesome. Whee! There we go. So the problem is, I mean, I have to get to that point. The only problem with is that he has armored legs, so he is certainly beatable. I've done it. ng+12. The guy's just got a shit ton of hit points. Let's try to get him frosty. Like I said, screwing around. Yeah. Is it under his body? It's under his body! What's up with that? Alright, well that changes things. Oh. Oh. Holy cow. Oh, damn. Man, I cannot get this guy frosty. Nor can I get him charged. Oh. No. This is so okay. Manga. So somebody literally asked, 97 vigor actually. So somebody asked if what is the most unknown thing in the game, and there's videos on everything, so there's nothing really hidden that is of any consequence. So my answer is the laser golem, and that's this guy. Problem is, I can do this. Oh, you know what? I don't need either of these now. Give me a moment to prepare. Notice I'm still heavy load. Isn't that crazy? There. Now I'm medium load. Equipment load 203. Isn't that crazy? I may not need this now. Let me see. Yeah. Don't need that one now. Cool. It is for giants. Nothing. He's not even worth the he's guarding a rune arc, and technically there is a one of the paintings ends near there, but you can do the painting without triggering the golem. He is here for the challenge. How's my... Don't tell me... Okay, good. It's over here now. Well, when you say the whole game, do you mean... because I used one of those spirit jumps. If you use a spirit jump, your next landing is safe. When you say quickest completed the game, do you mean killing the last boss, or do you mean, like, clearing everything? Uh-oh. Ah, didn't get that in time. Oh, man. Oh, here we go again with the lasers. God, he hits so hard. And he will not, his poise will not break. Blue Arrow Giant, there's two of them on the path to the Great Jar, right? When you say the Blue Arrow Giant, you mean the ones that fire the exploding arrows? Not the ones that do the magic explosion? Aren't both the ones on the way to the big jar that kind? What if I do this? Yeah, there's only one of these. There's at least two of those. Yeah, forget that. Jesus. I just want to poise... Now I want to poise break this guy. Forget beating him. I just want to knock him down. And if I do that, I want to stick that in his chest. Actually, wait. They do shoot very far. Ash of War. You. Hold on. Technically better. Might be blood. All right. Yeah, there's, as far as mobs go, actually, I'll give you another rare one. Did you know that there's one of the trash guys, the nobles, that carries a box, a chest? Did you know that? Jesus. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Bastard. Oh, nope. Not Wally lasers. No, no, no. Oh my god. Yeah, his wrists are the, what you really want to hit are the wrists. Ah! Elon Musk. Not sure how I feel about that. I'm trying to break his poise. If I can get him knocked down, I can hit him with a big punch. But man, this guy just will not go down. Oh, didn't jump. Oh, hell. I didn't want to do that. And that's why. Wait, what's this? spear, smithing, bell bearing 4. I have all the bell bearings. We'll try to get a little bit more tricky here. Oh. What's crazy to me is how much poise this guy has. Because I'm literally hitting him with, like, one of the best poise breakers in the game. With, the flask that helps. Oh, shit. That's what's crazy to me. $14,000. That's it. So he has the arc rune arc, excuse me, right here. And then in this spot, which you don't need to kill him to do this, but in this spot is an artist rendition. So one of the pieces of artwork is this one. Let's see if I can see which one it is. Oh, not there. Where's the artwork? Here we go. It's one of these. I'm not even sure which one. One of the paintings, anyway, is off looking in this direction. Thanks for stopping by, Manga. Like and follow. All the things. Okay, where was I? Wait, hold on. I saw that stupid rune pile up there. Ah. It's a garbage rune pile. Alright, where was I? I was up here somewhere. Fourth floor, first floor. Must have been the fourth floor. Yeah. Oh, I don't want this. Hold on. Time to fix things. So now you're going back to... The funny thing is I never ended up using my misery cord. Because I could never get the guy knocked down. Bastard. And... There. And... There. And... Oh, yeah. I think he's the toughest golem in the game for sure. Ash of War, Misery Cord. There we go. Oh, this guy. Blech. That guy's particularly tough. Oh, my laser missed. This is always fun. Ha. Thank you. Oh, why?
Let me see. Fidgety little letters. I should wipe you clean off the page.
I don't need to play with that guy. Not right now. I want to go back down to the first floor. Go back to Unspa. Give him the scroll. This is all just advancing their various quest lines. There are two ways to get to this spot that I'm heading toward. This is one of them. If I don't suck at this jump. I don't know why it's not letting me jump there. I've done this 100 times. More like 1,000. Jesus! Thanks, Jakey.
What the Well, yes, even that, as if he plans he has.
Oh, thank you for the
Yes,
follow.
I'm afraid one thing. Righteous tarnish you have given, but I can I am a cursed. I could spend the.
Alright, so from here, you're actually better off going to have conversations out in the field again. I think that the way that they solve these quests.
He were but vengeance, and one kindly, even if his lineage. He must have wrecked the stench. I would have his river black.
Alright, black sheep. I find it unfortunate that they what am I looking for?
I had something I would head in Africa.
All right.
He just that must be where. I'm heading to the shore.
Alright. Back to this one. Yeah. Okay, there's no one else out in the field. Back up to Freya. So I think it's unfortunate the way that they set up these things to play out. All the quests are just tied so tightly together,
Should have asked.
but the world doesn't drive you to talk to these people again. What you have to know is just keep revisiting people over and over again as often as you can, as early as you can. There's nothing that happens that's like, it'd be better if a message came up that said, I bet Letta wants to talk to you again, so that you knew you weren't about to screw up some quest line because you went to the wrong place at the wrong time. Anyway. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's too much to ask. I'm not going back up that way. I'm going this way. Come on. No, I'm working on getting to Mesmer now. But I'm doing the quest lines that I have to do before Mesmer, so that Hornscent is there to help, and I don't blow quest lines for helpers later. And I know that using helpers makes things harder, That's not... Is he gone? He's gone already. I didn't have a chance to tell him about the decision. That's okay. Alright, that means I go back up to... Freya. Whoops. Oh, and one of the reasons why I have why I'm taking a ton of damage when they hit me, I have nothing defensive on my talismans. It's all offense. It's nice to have helpers, but remember that in some cases, the helpers actually make the fight harder. Horn Scent does not make Mesmer harder. Not from a material standpoint. Having him in the room might make him harder, because he's a chaotic boss. That's different. But he doesn't give the boss more hit points. Oh, I thought I missed that for a second. Can you tell I've done this a couple
By my
times?
lord, will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Now watch. When you hit this guy, the other guy goes to do a heal. I always thought that was funny. Of course, it doesn't heal you, bastard. Okay, that sword, 4853 backstab. Misery Cord, 4763. Isn't that funny? Oh boy. Oh, and I didn't... Rats.
By my lord, will I ever make sense of this jumble?
I'm faster. Yeah, it depends on the fight. Radon, depending on your build, Radon can actually be substantially harder if you bring the helpers. Yeah. Okay, this... I thought I didn't see her there anymore, so I'm confused. I'm gonna go talk to her again.
I'm truly.
Is Unspa anywhere? Does Unspa move someplace when you... I didn't talk to them in the perfect order. And so I didn't get the... He's not back here. I didn't get the message about Unspa. I doubt he's here. Maybe he's up. There's Letta. Maybe. I want to check one spot. This is going to involve getting to Skadu Altus. What? That's funny. Oh, I think Shadow's great. I think it was really well done. I think there are aspects of it that they got right, better from the original game, but I do kind of wish that they were a little bit less severe with some of the bosses. But other than that, I like it. I like it. I'd buy that for $1. Oh, I should have rebuffed. Hold on. Oh, and I need to make a change. I don't want to forget to do this later. Come on. Smithing Stone 3. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, one spent on the final boss sounds about right. If you, they did a nerf. I don't know if you got in on the fight post-nerf or pre-nerf, pre-nerf, Radon was sick. That's why people invented crap like the poison and rot pot method, which is just cheesy, you know. But you got to appreciate it. It is within the confines of the game, cheesy or not. So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking to see if Onspa has moved up further. I'm going to be able to get to. I should be getting to Bud. I don't use the Black Knight's Great Shield. I use Fingerprint. Fingerprint Shield's actually a heavier shield. When you kill the Elden Beast, a window will pop up and immediately ask if you want to start a new game, or a new journey is the term that they use. And then yeah, so you'll get a message that you want to start a new journey, and if you say no, it'll say you can go to the Round Table Hold and start it whenever you want, which is true. So that's when you go to the new journey that way. And that's the way that I would. I would wait until you've done the DLC before you do that. The DLC is also new game level, whether or not you've actually done the new game. So if you finish the game, you start a new game, and then you go in, the DLC, I believe, starts at that journey level, which is tough, because if I finished the game a couple times before the DLC came out, and man, that was hard on that boss. So I was curious to see if anybody was here, which it appears that they are not. All right. Oh, you're welcome. Oh yeah, once you collect bell bearings, the Twin Maiden's Husk permanently has those items. Except the vendor stuff. You have to go back and get the vendor ones again. Those ones they don't continue to have, but they do have all the environmental bell bearings, and the bell bearing hunters, but they're not vendors. I believe that's the way it works. Any of the vendor ones you have to go back and get again, but the bell bearing hunters, all the ones that drop from kills and all that, those ones you keep forever. Oh, and in New Game Plus, effects don't slow you down anymore. So you can run through places that you had to crawl through before, like the rot pools and stuff. You no longer have to do that. Okay, well, it looks like I don't have any choice. So, oh no, it's Mesmer. All right, tips on Consort Radon. It depends on how big a tip you want to get to beat Consort Radon. So let me offer a build that you can use. Depends on what level you are. If you can use Ansper's Rapier, this item here, with a Blood or Frost, I go Blood, but Frost is not bad either. I'd recommend Blood, but either way works. Using the Ansper Rapier and one of the heavy shields, super heavy shields, Moore's Fingerprint, or I think I may not have it on me. The Black, someone had mentioned it earlier. The Black Knight Shield, I think. So the Verdigris shield. Black steel, great shield, is another one. I prefer the fingerprint shield. So a quick comparison. You need physical 100. That's the one thing. You want to make sure whatever you pick is physical 100. These are not bad. It's ideal if you have good holy as well. So if we compare these ones, notice that this one has better guard boost but less holy. Black Knight shield weighs considerably less, which is what's handy about it, and it has a higher holy boost. But it has less guard boost. So again, it depends on what it is, and the guard may get better. I haven't empowered the shield, so that may go up. To be fair, so but I don't think it's going to go up to like 86 or 90, which is where these are at. But yeah, it's also an excellent shield to choose. You'll notice one's 84 is pretty damn good for holy. So any one of those are going to be good. You want to get your guard boost up, and then you focus on all defensive talismans. All defensive talismans. In particular, you want to use hold on, defensive set. You want to use physical. You want to use guard boost. You want to use Pearl Talisman. And then the fourth one is entirely up to you. You're doing light attacks. So you're not doing the things that any of these are going to boost you for. So the fourth one, you could go with... Golden Braid. Fourth, you want to use Golden Braid. So you use those 4, and then you carry a set like this. And the reason you want to use a thrusting weapon is you can just keep doing this. Notice the shield guard is still up. And all you have to do is watch your stamina. And this is the easy, not easy, but this is a very successful build against Radahn. The key being is stand there and take it. Just let him hit you. If your stamina bar goes down to half, don't attack anymore. Let your stamina come back. Yeah. So that's one method to beat him. The second thing is you can use some of the more powerful, like one-shot caster builds, but those take a lot more finesse. So you can do the Comet of Azure. I killed him from like, what was it, 70% to like 10% in one shot with the Comet of Azure build in one of the first playthroughs that I did with this character. So that's another one that you can do, but that takes a lot of lineup. So if you're going to switch, you can also learn how to parry. If you can parry, you can get him a lot, but you're going to take a lot of hits. But you can use the parry method to really beat him down. And you can watch some YouTube videos of that one. I suck at parry. Like, I can do it on some of the most projected motions from some of the easiest mobs. I'm just not good at parry. So parry is an option. If you get really good with parry, you can use parrying methods to beat him up that way. Those are all kind of basic methods. Any build can do it if you learn the move set, and that's the hard part. Know when to dodge, when to dive, when to jump, when you just need to run without doing any of those, etc. If you learn all of that, then you can beat him level 1 with a club. It takes forever, but you can beat him level 1 with a club. All right, let's see. Mesmer. Yep, that's the set of stuff that I want. Horn Sense summoning should be on the inside. some fights, what you do the first time you encounter the boss is different than all the other times. This is one of them. Because the animation forces you into the middle of the room and you want to run back.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Oops. Did not mean to do that. Ah, crap. Now, I have no defensive stuff on. Keep that in mind.
Stripped of the grace
Ah,
of channel.
This guy moves so
In
much.
the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
The problem with a build like this is because he moves so damn much, it's hard to catch him in the animation. There's just no good way about that. Yeah.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
By the way, I meant to summon my helper as a caster. No, no, no! Shoot! That is not what I meant to do. Uh-oh.
Mother. Marika. A curse upon thee.
That's Mesmer. So, the Mesmer fight, the Dragon Breath, seems to be highly effective, by the way. It was 3 or 4 playthroughs ago, I did a throwing knife, what did I call it? First I did Dragon Bonk, which was a build using,
Upon it was sublime to think he when he
it was a build using,
yet the death of no in vengeance if Mick then I would.
Okay, there we go. It was a build using the big giant hammer and dragon breath spells. And Mesmer was a lot easier than he had been in a long time. And it's because the dragon breath spells are very good at, like, hitting at large area. So even though Mesmer kind of moves around, it's very good at catching him and doing damage. Lushito? What's the... Who's him who? Sorry. This guy is Hornsent. If that's what you're asking. Yeah, so the key is his summoning spot is inside, not outside. So you have to summon him after you've gone in, and it's the usual yellow thing. The same way you can use Alexander on the Fire Giant. So his summoning thing's on the inside, and because of that, he doesn't make the fight any harder. Again, except the chaos that he adds to the fight. Now, check this out. People talk about... I saw a thing online that was like, look at this rune farm that you can do. This is not a rune farm. It's not. It takes way too long. But it is super easy. Wait until that guy goes down to shoot. Jump down. And that fire tunnel will go over there and kill all those guys. It's just not enough to be worth it. It's the easiest one for sure. It takes no effort. It's as much a quest as all of the NPCs are on this in the DLC. So I don't know if that's precisely what you mean by a quest. In the Elden Ring sense, yes, it's a quest. You got to talk to him all the way along the path, and also you have to not kill him. Through invasion or otherwise. Yeah, Hornsent. Anyway, let me think about this for a minute. Trying to debate if I want to go down... I need to do... Yeah, let's go down and do St. Trina. Look at this, I haven't touched anything down here. That's okay. So, in order to... Actually, to do everything in the DLC, you need at least 2 runs. To get every item you can get, every incantation, everything, you have to have at least 2 runs. You have to kill Bale twice, because you can only get 1 spell for it. You cannot get all of Letta's quest item returns in 1 playthrough. You have to do it in 2. And if you don't do it right, it takes 3. And it's super easy to mess that one up. You just got to kind of pay attention at the right times and in the right places. It's quite frustrating, actually. This one. This one triggers him, and it's easy to get kind of stuck in there. There's this one. Go, go, go! Yeah, that's one of the quest items, that little Freya shield. I don't know why they do that. Let's put a random pitfall that'll just kill you instantly in the game. They've got them in a few places. I am heading down to St. Trina. It is one of the most ridiculous long things that you have to do in the game. If you watch, you'll see the sort of fastest path that I know of to get there. Actually, am I heading to... I may have... This may actually not be the way to get to St. Trina, but we're going to try. And I'm running past everything, which I never recommend somebody do on their first playthrough. Second playthrough, you're still missing on a lot of runes. I'm at the point now where the number of runes that I need to level is kind of ridiculous. So... I just want to stay away from that guy. I hate those. The curse blades. Yeah, I may not be heading to St. Trina, come to think of it. This may be to Bale. That's okay. In fact, I'm pretty certain of it now. Yeah, this is to Bale. I'm not going to do the Bale one right now. I'm just going to go, since I'm here, I'm just going to go pick up the point, and then this isn't to Bale either. My brain's fried. Oh, it's because I haven't had any coffee. Yes. It is also the path that is the correct place. If I remember correctly, it is the correct place to pick up the stone sword. There are 3 places where it exists, and you want to pick up the sword from this one, not from the others. Because this is by far the hardest one to get to. So you want to get the sword from here, and then use the other 2 as a place to upgrade the sword. Oh, that Jory battle's such a pain in the ass. See if I can remember this correctly. Wait. This messes me up every time. Alright. Alright, here's a hot take. It's not really a hot take. Here's my statement about the DLC when it comes to certain issues. I think it's really cool that they made a 3D map that you can go under and over and all this stuff to get to different areas. To make it like a more efficient kind of space-wise. I think that's pretty cool. It is so irritating. So don't misunderstand. I'm glad they did it, but... Took me a long time to figure this path out to avoid all those stupid little guys. Yeah, it is crazy. No, he cannot. In fact, before you get to the last boss battle, Hornsent will attack you and kill you. Well, I mean, he'll try. No, you can have two helpers on the last boss. You can have Anspa and you can have Thralier or Thalier. I'm currently doing what it is that it takes to get Thalier to help you in the last battle. And Hornsent attacking you doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. You kill all the things that he's really pissed at, so why does he attack you? Don't forget to get Telu. First playthrough. Alright, so here we go. These birds do not play around. Can hear them attacking. When you get into later playthroughs, the extra hit points that using Thalier and Anspa gives you makes the fight way harder. I will point out one thing. I think I passed it already. Oh, maybe I won't point something out. Maybe I haven't gotten there yet. Hold on. I haven't. Okay. So if you're coming down this way, make sure. Yes. Okay, so let me make this statement carefully. If a yellow summoning symbol exists on the outside of the wall, the yellow wall, summoning that helper will make the boss on the inside harder. Usually adding 100% hit points. So if the boss has 1,000,000 hit points, they'll go to 2,000,000 hit points. If you use 2 helpers, he'll go to 3,000,000 hit points. So that's the first thing. If the summon is on the inside with the boss, it does not make the fight harder, except the chaos that it adds to the fight. You can decide if that matters or not. So if you summon outside, the boss gets tougher. If you summon inside, it does not. Well, if the reason that you couldn't kill him was because he just seemed to have endless hit points and you just ran out of resources, yeah. Okay, look right there. Here's a DLC thing people usually only learn in, only learn by watching videos. See that? Right there? That's where you get a bell bearing. It drops. And there are 4 or 5 of them around the world. I just happen to remember where that one is. You go down... Freeze. You go down to where it dropped. And you get In this case, Mushroom Seller's Bell Bearing. Exactly. So the answer to your question is actually there exists an answer to your question, and it may not be quite what you think. I will show you. I will show you how you're supposed to learn this stuff, and it's something that I think nobody does, or if they do, they don't realize what they're doing. They don't realize that what they did was supposed to help them. So let me get to the next. Grace. Hey, Gagiri. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Let me think. Let me see if I have one. Actually, let me take that back. If you go to, let's say, Kale might actually have one.
Wait, well, you're...
These. See these? So, a note sold by a nomadic merchant contains information about the Waypoint ruins, further details. So, if you buy one of these,
Goodbye.
and you check your
Nice to do
inventory,
business.
come on. Someone lurks among the Waypoint ruins on the roads through Limgrave. And you want to know who that is? That's Blade. So, you're Blide. You're supposed to be able to find Blide by accident when he does the right? Or this tells you to go there to look for him. So a lot of people don't realize that these notes that you find on vendors tell you stuff like this. Some of them are really simple. Some of them are not so simple. Let's see. There are... Hold on. This weird one. So, Miquella's Needle. Here's another one. The Empyrean Miquella crafted a needle to resist the influence of outer gods. Those who have inherited the Flame of Frenzy, yet wish not to become its lord, would do well to seek Miquella's Needle. If you do the alloyed and unalloyed needle sequence, and you listen to what the NPCs tell you, you read the lore that goes with it in the game, you figure out that if you finish that quest line, you don't know exactly what to do, but if you finish that quest line and get the needle back, you're getting the alloyed needle. When you beat Millennia and you walk up, you have the option to jam the needle in there. When you do, you get back the Miquella's Needle. And literally in Placidusix's arena, you can use it to remove the Frenzied Flame. So there's actually a bunch of stuff in the game that tells you where things are and what you're supposed to do, but you have to interact with the actual game itself. There's the meeting place map. This is what tells you where the key is, instead of having to look it up online and going behind the dragon. Look at what this looks like, right? Look at what the map, look at what the map looks like right here. Go to the map. Here, look at the shape of the island. This is where you find the key to get into the academy, is in here. That note that you pick up tells you where to find the key. And the game is actually filled with this shit. And when people go online, what's happening is they're sort of skipping the what's in the game that tells you how to do stuff. So once you figure out that you like things at the top of towers, you don't really need them anymore. But if you've never done it before, Gowry, who's the guy that starts the Needle quest line, right, with Millicent, he's the one that gives you this note, right? The town of Celia hides the source. Light 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal. Yeah, you go to the top of the towers, you find the 3 candles, you light them, and that's what gets you through that seal, where you can find the staff and you can keep moving up past to where you need to be. That's what these notes do. The badly weathered map, left discarded and forgotten for some time, depicts streaks of amber light. This is what's supposed to tell you where to find the amber shard you use in the Ronnie quest line with Saluvius. And this right here is the key that you're supposed to go back to the map and say, oh shit, here's that right here. They have the amber shards falling, so I have to search through this area, and it turns out it's right up here. It's actually in the game. It's just a little bit obscure and obtuse. I think that's pretty cool. Anyway. Where was I? I was down here. Cerulean Coast. Yep. Now, when you get, you know, late playthroughs like this, you skip tons of this stuff because you already know where things are. But first playthrough, if all you do is go to YouTube, it's going to tell you how to solve everything. And that's fine. That may be what you enjoy the game. You play you and enjoy the game that you want. But once you see a YouTube video that tells you this is where this thing is, all of that just basically goes away. The only thing you can do is do what I just did, which is go back and be like, oh, that's pretty cool. Ghost Flame Dragon. Ah, he's nasty. I think one of the worst pieces of advice that people give is to farm runes early game. Don't. Sure, if you need, oh, I want to use this new thing, I need a strength of 18, I've got a strength of 17, yeah, and you want to do it quick, go kill some mobs and farm that way. But that's that's playing the game. But going and doing things like the bird, just so that you can get a ton of levels, save that for when you've already played through the game, and you don't want to, like, waste your time doing a ton of stuff that's really repetitive and boring. Don't, you know, use that as a shortcut, but not when you're first learning the game. Play the game. There's so much stuff. The world is so rich. There's so many cool things that are in this game. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. This is an area I think they could have done more with. I mean, it's gorgeous, right? But they could have done more with this. Put something more interesting up here. It's one of the things I like about Convergence, the Convergence mod, is they fill in a lot of sort of blank areas that don't have much, and I think that's interesting. One of the other cool things is they add stuff in Convergence mod that are some real quality of life improvements. But having said that, I'm not sure that one can appreciate the quality of life improvements in the game without first dealing with the difficulties that those quality of life changes are there. And this is actually a problem in video games in general that I think a lot of people, a lot of developers don't realize. That what it is that makes the game rich and interesting are all the things in the game, not just the easy things. So one of the biggest mistakes in World of Warcraft was they converted this sort of expansive, complicated, interesting world into a world where it's linear and you just you just follow a fixed path room to room to room till you kill the last boss. I think that's a damn shame. Ow. Oh, fuck love, huh? Welcome. I'm sorry somebody hurt you. Ah, Father of Odin. Long time no see. Here's another thing people ignore. This is the first indication that there's something untoward in all of this. So this old wise dude is sitting here, right? Kindly Mikola, I see you've thrown away something you should not have under any circumstances. How will you salvation offer to those who cannot be saved, when you cannot even save your other self? That's actually almost like a riddle that will get parroted by Trina later. All right, this is a whole different thing. Here. Laser. The hateful laser. You know, I know that guy right there is a problem. So, this is the one thing that gets really frustrating, is I'm going to go through and strap on a completely different set of stuff for one mob. And that's irritating. Yeah, just one sec. Okay. Map. Oh, I'm in combat. Sorry. I will just as soon as the game lets me. Oh. Hold on. Oh, he didn't fall. Oh, he did fall. All right. Ah. This will be a minute. This noise is so irritating. Hold on. Ah, bastard. Okay, there you go. There's the map, CJ. Is that helpful? Okay, now... You're welcome. Here. Oh, is he all the way down? Nope. Now he's all the way down. Jeez. All right. There's a bird. Oh, come on. There we go. Ah! I always forget I have one more. Bow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. And there's a little spot back here. Oi. Just because I can. Alright, so this little spot here gets weirdly messy. Let's see. So I'm going to switch from this to this. And you'll see why in a moment. And I'm going to go back to these. So a lot of people don't realize that the holy effect from Sacred Blade, aside from doing a mass quantity of damage, permanently kills things that normally come back. They don't resurrect. Which I think is pretty cool. Alright. Let's go Frosty. And let's go Rotten. Never aims right, it's funny. Good lord. Still not rotten. Will it ever go rotten? Yep, now it's rotten. Crazy to me how much damage that these things can take, you know? Okay. Yeah. 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 Here we go. Aw, come on. That's a great spell, by the way. Putrescent Knight. This guy's nothing but trouble. And if I remember correctly, he is frost-based. So I am not going to want to use frosty stuff. So we are going to want to change to fire. And hold on. We're going to change that to fire damage. And let's change that to flame grant me strength. Yeah. All right. And then this fight's a pain. I'm gonna summon my mimic as a caster. And now, because I have moved things far enough along on Thrallier's questline, I can use his help on this boss. Clear that for me. Oh no, I forgot about that. Ah! No, dodge, damn it! I was trying to dodge, like, for a while there. It just would not. And, I also... Oops, cancel. I don't want, this. Rest of these... Yep, that all works. Oh, bullshit. No! Oh, how does that not reach him? How did that not reach him? Boo. Boo, I say. I feel very stolen there. Come on. Go after somebody else. Oh. Hey, Ghost. Yeah, I had a crazy busy weekend. Crazy busy. I don't want to have to put on defensive runes. Or defensive talismans. That is not among the things I want to do. Finally. Messy. That's not even a level. Ah! Yeah, I miss all my viewers. $220,000. It's 120. There's... Oh. Quick math in my head. I was over by 10,020 or so. Okay. Thalia.
Centrina. Oh, Centrina. What velvety ambrosia is this? Your poison and the sweet sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice. Thank you. Without
Obsessed fan
I
much?
wouldn't have seen Centrina under it soon. You mustn't. It must be. So that I'll let me be.
And now, the sequence that locks you in. This is one. They should not make you do this multiple times. Saint Trina is yeah, it's one of the siblings. One of Marika's the mom, one of Marika's kids. But okay. Because I ran around and grabbed everything first, let me offer a recommendation. Is there any more back here? No. Okay. Go back up here. Obviously, 3,000 runes, it's hardly worth the time, but educational moment, teachable moment. If you go in this way, where you have your rune pile, and you just go straight to Trina, you'll be able... I went and I picked up all the flowers in the area, the herbs. If you just go straight to Trina, then your rune pile, or you talk to Thalia first, your rune pile will end up on the path, so you can just pick it up on your way. Because I ran around the room, then immediately talked to her, I lost... The rune pile ended up in a different part of the room. If you keep picking up the rune pile there, then going to talk to her, your rune pile's going to not be in a good place. So this is a better, a more efficient thing to do, because you got to do this a bunch. So keep doing this. See, there it's on the path.
Why won't you share your voice
Okay,
with me?
so this is the third time.
Grant me more of your poison, that I...
Okay, now we'll get our first something happens. But we're not done, and that's important. Imbibe. Thud. But you'll notice the screen fades to black much more slowly. And then you'll get the message. Oh, never mind. Fourth time. Sorry. Yes, this is a specific part of Shadow of the Erd Tree. I'm going through The Thalia / St. Trina questline. There, that's the fade, slow fade message. So if you've been watching since I started heading down to St. Trina, remember what that person said.
Don't turn the poor thing into a god.
Message isn't done. Keep going. If you really want, you can stop and talk to
Please.
Thalia here.
Oh, thank only I. Why would you? If you should, I won't be. Please, I cannot.
Okay. So, Thalia won't listen to you. There's no way they talk to you instead of them. You can do all of this without Thalia being there, but you have to go up and get Thalia to come back down, or you blow the quest line.
Godhood would be Mikkela's prison. A caged divinity is beyond saving.
Supreme cosmic power, itty bitty living space. So here.
I will never forgive you. For your trespass, you will know my poison. Such strength for what?
I have so many of those St. Trina's smiles. It's actually a kind of useful little thing if you really need a ton of FP. Sleep in the vicinity, or if you... So you can use these to cause sleep, and it improves your attack power. So I don't know if you have to go all the way through, but it only makes sense to go all the way through. So you get St. Trina's words. It's the next message that you get that's critical. This explains why Thalia helps you at the end of the game.
Kill Mikkela.
You must kill Mikkela.
Grant him forgiveness.
That is why Thalia helps you at the end, or is willing to help you at the end, because St. Trina gave the command to kill Mikkela. It doesn't make sense otherwise. So now when you talk to him...
To anyone. Weak as I suppose dying. Tell me, assuming you... What did... you... Such... Could it, please? In my...
I think that's the last message. I'll double check. You forgive Mikkela for doing what they're trying to do, but to do that, you have to kill them. I'm not saying it makes any sense. But Mikola, okay, so Mikola is trying to become a god with Radon as their consort. They're using Moog's body and putting Radon into it, if I'm remembering all of it. Yeah, it's the same message. So, if you go to the ghost that was hanging out up above, yeah, if you go out to above, when I first came in, there was that one mob. I'll go back. I'll go back because I'm pretty sure. Let me pick up. I don't think there's. I think I'm done with all of the talking down here. Okay, yeah, I'm done up here. Maybe here? Let me see. I'm not sure which one of these it is. It'll take just a sec. No. Fissure Cross. There's the ghost. So the message here is, I abandon here my love. Okay? This message is, kindly Mikola, you've thrown away something you should not have under any circumstances. How will you salvation offer to those who cannot be saved, when you could not even save your other self? She threw away threw away their love, which they should not have thrown away. How can they save themselves without love, right? That's putting together this and that, and forgiveness to give them back what they gave away, but the only way to do that is to kill them. So you pass that on to Thalir, who's then later willing to help you beat Radon. Anyway, it's quite sad, actually. And now these freaking pest thread things. I hate these. God, that one, I don't know how that one gets me every time. It's crazy. I gave up my laser beam. Damn it. I hate these things. I gave up my long-range attack. And what's nasty about that area is the ground is filled with rot. Hold on, I'm gonna fix I need to fix my spells. No, I don't, actually. The DLC is not a new ending to the game. The DLC is an add-on in the middle of the game. The bosses and everything are harder because they added it later, but it's not a logical conclusion. It doesn't even make any sense for it to be a logical conclusion. In fact, you shouldn't be able to finish the game without beating the DLC if you go with a storyline. Once you've beaten the Elden Beast, and you finish the game, you've become the Elden Lord. It's too late for Mikola. They can't do that anymore. You're it. It's finished. You've already mended everything. You've mended the rune. You've taken over. You're now the new Elden Lord. That's something that Mikola can no longer do. They can't become a god in that way. So it doesn't even make sense. Obviously, the DLC wasn't there, so they have to allow you to be in that state, right? So what you should do is finish as much of the game as you want, I would probably stop at burning the tree, and that's when I would go kill Moog and go do the DLC, and then come back and meaning that you've beaten Malekith, right? Go through that process, go back to do the DLC. When you're done with the DLC, that's when you come back and finish the last couple of fights for the whole game. What you're going to find is that those fights are way easier with the spells that you picked up in the DLC. But from a storyline perspective, you should not finish the game before you're done with the DLC. And if it was all one complete thing, you would have to go to the DLC before you can even walk into the tree. Unless they modified the shadow tree, the shadow, as having some storyline concept where they can take it away from you. Yes, yeah, but the DLC is definitely harder. But the DLC also gives you stuff that ultimately gets you there. All right, back to Frosty. Back to... Oh, I don't want Rot on this guy. Well, I can have Rot, I just won't use it. Rot and... Oh, Laser Beam, of course. It seems like it would, right? The problem is that in the original game, you've already beaten the Elden Beast. You've done the thing. You've done the thing that would have made, and you've mended the rune, which means you've already done that part of it. So, yeah, when you get if you're still in your first playthrough, when you do the DLC, if you do it as early as you can and you complete it, and you get Telu as a ghost you can use, that's your... Telu trivializes almost every fight in the game. Except Malekith. He does not trivialize Malekith, because Malekith destroys him. But besides him... Eat Frenzied Burst. Oh, he ducked it. Bastard. Ah. There we go. By the way, you want to pick up all these Scarlet Buds that you can. So, the problem with Malekith with Telu is what it is that makes Telu a powerful summon is the one thing that Malekith cuts through. So Telu's damage resistance is like 90 or 95%. So he has a really small health bar. But even though he has a really small health bar, Telu just absolutely grinds through it. That's not what I'm trying to say. Sorry, my brain's scattered right now. Telu has a small health bar, but also a massive damage reduction. So he takes as many hits as any other one does, maybe even more. However, because his health bar is relatively small, he's super easy to heal. So if you have a smaller health bar with massive damage reduction, your healing is way more effective. That's why he's badass. Now, because I rolled in that crap, I actually need to use soap. Where's my soap? Doesn't get rid of the rot, but it stops it from building up on its own. Actually, I don't like Mesmer's weapon very much. I find it kind of unwieldy, but that's just personal preference. Okay, I have a new answer to the question earlier. What's the most rare kind of known thing about the game? Soap. I don't think there's anybody, I think maybe there's been one or two people on my feed the whole time I've been playing that knew what soap was and what it does. In-game. I'm not a big fan of Moog Sphere either. Maybe it's just because I haven't played enough with it. Come on, get your shield up, man. Jeez. That's horn scent. That's like it doesn't make any sense that he attacks you unless he's just straight crazy. That's an interesting point, although I'm not sure if you mean that it just overpowers the game or it's like it's too easy to use and so you make mistakes. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why he does that. That one doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, dude, you've been helping me. I've been helping you the whole time and now you're attacking me? What's up with that? It's crazy. So, Dryleaf Dane. It does. But keep in mind, the build that I'm using is designed to make this Ashavor do a ton of damage. Because that spinning attack counts as multiple hits. So, with these talismans, these raises attack power with multiple hits. And then this increases the attack power of the skill. So, I mean, it's also, this is a build that's designed for that. The problem is, I got no space for defensive stuff. Let's see. Oh, I want to add that. Yeah. Yeah. Summon some dry leaf. Yes, I'm very tanky. Oh, yeah. It is. The problem is that if you're talking about trivializing this part of the game, not what I'm about to do, the part where you're going through mob areas, it does. And there are going to be certain creatures that will devastate you if you try and use it because they're fast, right? I don't have a problem with that because there are a lot of weapons that kind of fit that category. I don't like it because I try and use special skill weapons like that on bosses especially, and they tend to be immune to some of those effects, or they're not immune to it, but you have to have the effect just to be at sort of a normal level. I just think it fits in that category kind of boring. If so far, I would say the most fun that I've had with any build that I've done so far was with the Smith's Grip daggers. Man, the throwing Smith's Grip daggers, that was so much fun. That was just awesome. Put a bleed on them, and it was just awesome. That was a fun build. I'm not saying it's powerful. It's just fun. Yeah, that's Elden Beast is an example of an entire build can be like 100% useless against Elden Beast. Because you spend so much time far away. What the hell am I supposed to do? That's a frustrating one. But that's a whole different deal. Let's see. All right, we go here. You go here. Do this. I'll do this. Ah, stop it. Oh, well, I got off what I wanted. So I'll take it. Oh, he's frosty. That's what I really wanted. Oh! Bastard! Hey! Wow. Actually, you're asking the real question. I don't understand what in Dane's storyline makes sense that he's helping you here, but he's a summonable helper. Alright, I have the wrong spell set. I don't need you, I don't need you, I don't want you. I want... You. I want... You. And I want... Oh, you're still set to fire. Oops. Didn't mean that. But that works. Also, I want to take that out. Do I want to put something else in? Yeah, I'll put empty furnace pots in. That's for my helper to use, not me. And let's go... And let's go... Whoop. Defense, and let's go... No, you can stay, because I'm not going to mess with you. Instead, go with you. Yes. Yes. Okay. Dryleaf Dame. I'm not sure. You're asking a good question. I've heard yes, but what I've seen is it feels like they have charges. So I have like 4 pots. When I summon them, they will have 4 charges. So they don't consume my pots, but once they've used 4, they won't use more. We can count. If you see him using, I only have 2 of these furnace pots. So if he uses more than 2 of them, then yeah, he's got infinite charges. Or at least more than what I actually gave him. That, unfortunately, is kind of the best that I can give you. Oh! What? Alright. Marika Blessing? Do you mean the rune thing? I'm not sure I understand. So, some bosses that just doesn't work very well. Oh. Oh, you mean the... Okay. You know, it's funny, I never use those. No, no worries. Ow! Asshole. That'll help if he was closer. Uh-oh. Ow. Uh-oh. Actually, lesson learned. When it's that low, it's time for this one. Black Blade is a great opener and a great closer, by the way. Yeah, you mean, sorry, you mean, this. Blessing of Marika. Okay. English time. Normally, if you are going to translate between Spanish and English, right? If you're going to translate between the two, you would your translation would be spot on. By the way, so what little I know is typically if you translate between a Latin language and English, because English is Latin and German, French and Anglo-Saxon actually, but that's a whole different story. But normally you would translate it that way. A hint about why it would sometimes be called Blessing of Marika instead of Marika's Blessing is because it is, within the game, an object instead of something you do. Right? So, think of it this way. If I took Blessing of Marika and I drank it, I would have Marika's Blessing. Does that make sense? It is a quirk of English. Because this thing is an actual object, this is a cup of coffee, right? Not because this is actually important. This is a cup of coffee because there's some coffee inside. If it was empty, I would not call it a cup of coffee. I would call it a coffee cup because it's a cup designed to hold coffee. Right, so because there's coffee inside, I would say cup of coffee. But without coffee inside, the object is a coffee cup. But in order to explain that there's something in there, I would say cup of coffee. Now, if it was filled with water, I would say cup of water. Inside a coffee cup. Because this is the type of cup in English we would call a coffee cup or mug or whatever. Anyway. English is weird. Really weird. You are doing an excellent job, by the way. Your English is way better than my Spanish. Alright, story time. I was a software engineer for about 20 years, and one of the companies I worked for was IBM. And at IBM, I was a team lead in charge of internationalization and localization, which is what you would do to take software written in English and make it so it would work in another language, in another country. It's not just converting the language, it's actually converting the dates, the times, etc. It was the whole thing. So, we had a translation problem that happened that was hilarious. I don't know if you know much about high tech. Back in the old days, when you still had hard drives with spinning disks and all that, you would have what was called a raw logical volume. And what it meant was that it was a disk that was formatted in a way that the operating system would merely provide it to a software program to use it. But the operating system didn't manage it. It just said, if you want to use this, here it is. I don't manage it. Normally you would say, open a file, write data to a file, close a file. The files you have, you write games to it and all that. That's managed. The operating system's in charge of all of that work. A raw logical volume, the OS says, I'm not doing any of that for you. You do it on your own. The primary user of this would be like Oracle databases, where the Oracle system would be in charge of making sure that all this stuff happened correctly. So these were called raw logical volumes. This is where it gets important. In the United States, when we would have a hard drive that was not used, it was a brand new drive, it's never been used, it would be called unformatted, or it might be called a blank disk. And you would put it in your machine, and then you'd have to format it to get it set up for use. If I went to the store going way back and I bought a floppy disk, if you guys remember floppy disk, I buy a floppy, that floppy would be an unformatted or blank floppy if I bought it that way. But in other countries, they would use the term raw. Now, in English, that specifically means not cooked. So they picked up, for whatever reason, no one's right, no one's wrong, they would pick up that concept of a blank floppy, what I would call a blank floppy, unformatted floppy, in other countries, like all over Europe, in Japan also, in Brazil, because we had a Portuguese translator from Brazil, they use the term a raw floppy. That's how they go to the store, they buy a box of raw floppies. So raw specifically meant unformatted, unused disk. That is not the same thing at all. A raw logical volume means it is formatted for use in a certain way. It is not blank. It is formatted. It is critical. But in other countries, that term is used to mean unused, unformatted, like not touched. We worked on backup archive software, and we worked with Oracle. And as a result of working with Oracle, we had raw logical volume management built into our software for backing up Oracle databases. When it went to go to translation, when we added that capability, about a week into the translation where everyone from all the countries came in to do all the testing and verifying, the Japanese translator asked a question about this thing. He pointed at it, and I knew that that was a raw logical volume. And I forget what exactly he asked. But because of what he asked, I said, uh-oh, I think there's a problem. So I said, this does not mean a blank volume. This means it's managed by Oracle, not by us. We're simply providing a backup of that. It's a raw backup, meaning we don't change anything. It's just literally that. And the Japanese goes, oh, translation's wrong. I'm like, uh-oh. What I didn't notice, as soon as he started asking that question, all of the European and South American translators were like this. They're at their, they go, and they're listening to what I'm saying. And they're like, oh! Everybody had it translated wrong. Everybody. Except like the Chinese. They all had it translated wrong. Because in their countries, raw meant unformatted blank. And they picked up on the raw part, not the logical volume part. They picked up on the raw part. And that's how they translated it. So everybody had to go back and retranslate to fix that problem. And had it gone through that way, that would have been a huge problem. Interestingly, there was no equivalent concept in the Japanese language. So they literally translated it using the kana character set to say raw. Yes. We don't use the term raw in the same way when it came to computers. Anyway, yeah, they literally, in Japan, he used the term that would be with like sushi is raw fish. He used that term. And he's like, that, and I'm like, that's not right. It's very funny. That was my first, like, really deep introduction to how bizarre the language stuff can get. Anyway, all right, back to the game. Let's see. There's something else I was just thinking of. What was it? I don't remember. Must not have been important. Wait. Thalia I'm done with. Unspa. Dane. Yeah, I have to be. Uh-oh. Alright, hold on. Somber 9. How many of those do I have now? 40. I have 40 Somber 9s. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wait. a minute. Do I want to go back and try this thing? I do. Alright, so this... Hold on. Oh, wait. What's my weight? Heavy. Alright. Can I go to medium load? Yep. Alright. Yeah, I don't think so. Crap. Alright, this is going to take a moment. No, no, no. So, this is... So, I did this build a while ago, this weapon and this setup a while ago, and I wanted to play with a conceptual thing. And the idea is that blood, frost have this, when it builds up, it like explodes and releases a bunch of damage, right? Well, this particular effect does the same thing with poison and rot, by the way. So I don't know if you notice. Let me get back to let me get my stuff. So Nope. Nope, I screwed up. So if you notice, he's got poison on him now, right? So watch what happens with this, if I can get it on there. See how he just took a huge hit of damage? Ah! This is going to take getting used to. I can't parry him, because this shield can't parry. It's a fair thought otherwise. Right, so what... I didn't know this. What this Ash of War does, the poison flower blooms twice, is if they have a buildup of poison and or rot, it basically disperses it immediately and does all the damage. Mostly right now, I'm trying to get sort of a sense of what it's going to take to make this thing do what I want it to. And get used to kind of fighting this stuff. It's not an awesome weapon, don't get me wrong. So there, he's got the poison. And now he doesn't have poison anymore, right? Oh, what? Alright, my bad. So if you notice, the poison wore off almost immediately, but he took a big chunk of health. That's what this was designed to do. This is not a guy that's particularly good at, like, doing this with. So if instead I go with, for example, where is it? This guy. And I can... one of these that I want. Thinking for a sec. Wait, does it have the same? Yeah. So my Anspur's Rapier has the same effect on it. Right. So, but because the poison is gone, I can put it back on again. Right? That's kind of the point. So there's the bleed, right? What I want is to get the rot built up on him. So this uses... Interesting. So I could instead... Sorry, I'm just thinking through this. Instead of doing bleed, maybe, I could do... cancel that one. Poison. I haven't used it. I don't even think... I may not even have picked it up. Not because I think there's anything wrong with it. Oh. Sorry. Messed that up. Alright. So now we're going to see if I can get a similar quality effect using poison instead of bleed. But I have to now actually use the Ash of War. So now he's got that poison built up, right? Yeah. Did you see that? That was an 8,000 hit. That was big. And he's rotting now. I may be onto something here, actually. I really got to think about this. This is interesting. Because that was bigger than a bleed hit. Interesting. And because this rapier will build up both poison and bleed. Interesting. What do I need? I need to use a rune. Look at that health bar. Hey, Luna. The real question is, how will it work on this guy? You. Good lord. You. And up. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. I hate this guy. Ow. I'm surprised. That is a spectacular effect. I like that. I really do. That, to me, is good stuff. Alright. Now comes the ridiculous part, which is the run that seems to inevitably kill me no matter what. Come on. Dive away. Oh, nope. There. He's got the poison. That's funny. Alright. I have some revenge to dish out. Up top, up top. Oh, that's not right. No, 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 no! What the hell? What the hell? That was supposed to be a backstab. I'm like level 444. Something like that. There we go. I hate that guy. I hate all these birds. They're so frustrating. Yeah, that health bar is crazy. It's probably the best game, Luna. Certainly one of the best games ever made. I'm not interested in artwork. If that's where this is headed, you can stop. Yeah, those guys, the things that cast that spell, like you get you get that spell or one that's like it, but it's nowhere near as effective. Just frustrating. All right, let's see here. Go here. Go here. Do that. This is the tough part because he gets hiding like right behind there. And it gets very difficult to reach him. There are a few tricks. I wonder if this will reach him. Yes, it will. Ha ha! All right. Mimic as caster. A little bit of buffage. So now he's got the poison, right? There's that huge explosion, almost 10,000. Now he's got that rot. And another explosion. Hey, Panda Bee. I loved Elden Ring. I mean, I'm playing it because I loved the first time that I played it. If I don't like a game within the first few hours, I just chalk it up to a waste of time. Elden Ring was like amazing from the very first moment. And that's for Panda Bee. Luna, most of the people that come onto the feed... oh, you're on YouTube. I thought that came up from Twitch. My bad. On Twitch, anytime anyone connects and starts with a conversation like that, they're virtually guaranteed to be offering artwork. And I'm not interested in artwork. Okay, Panda, you are asking a critical question. So let me explain conceptually something that's really important about the way that Elden Ring works so that you understand the question that you're asking more completely than you might think. Elden Ring doesn't have a class system built into it. That concept doesn't exist. This is a ridiculously high-level class. I can be any class that I want. or ridiculous high-level character. When you start with a build, that build, when you begin the game, is only that. It's the stats you start with at the very beginning. They could have said, we'll give you 100 points to spend. Spend them however you want, go. What they've done is they've set up some builds in advance for you. After that moment, the concept of being like a class, like a Dungeons & Dragons or World of Warcraft, whatever kind of class concept, gone. It doesn't exist anymore. There's just how you're playing the game and the gear that you're walking around with, and whether or not the stats are a good match for what you're doing. So, really, there's play styles. There's heavy tank, that's what I'm doing, and at high level, you pretty almost always go to a heavy tank because why not? You can. But there's heavy tank, there's melee, there's caster, and then there's hybrids that exist within them. And then within casters, you've got incantation and sorcery, which are two different sets of spells that the item you use to cast them may be different, but the effect is you're casting something magical that does stuff. When you're low level, you kind of have to pick one thing. If you try and hybridize, you're not really good at anything, and it makes it tougher. So there's Thor. So when you're choosing a build, I would strongly recommend the first time you do a playthrough, or at least you conceptually have a character that is your, I'm going to play around my first time as like I've never done this before. Consort Radon, I think, is the hardest boss for me, and I think he's the hardest boss in the game, but he's part of the DLC. If not in the DLC, then it's Millennia. I'm not sure anyone would disagree with either of those statements. Mesmer could be there, but I don't think so. I think Millennia in the base game is the hardest one. In the DLC, I think Consort Radon, but I think Mesmer is also a harder boss than Millennia. It's my opinion. So, going back, so I would recommend the Vagabond as a starting point, because it forces you to learn some really critical early stuff in the game that will make everything much easier. That's my personal opinion.
Oh, I thought I'd see you here. It'd been quite some time. It was never kind of...
I appreciate that, Knight.
The Erdtree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship.
This fight can actually be really hard, too.
To begin with. I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the Erdtree, desired all along. The clashing of the favored lords. Such that one would prevail, so be it. If you insist upon facing Nicola the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Yep, I got Onspa and Thalia, both. Or Onspa and Thalia, I think. I wanted to make sure I had both of them available. So I think starting with Vagabond is the way to go. I think that's probably the best one. Here's my explanation. Yes, Dane is, well, if Dane starts on one of the NPCs, I will let him go to the NPC and stay there. So, it is very easy in the early game to figure out a way to farm runes and just get a bunch of levels. I would strongly recommend that you don't do that. You want to learn how to play the various skills and techniques in the game, where you start with the mobs that are there, because they're very good at teaching you those lessons. They do straightforward attacks, the timings are straightforward, it's very easy to use them as a basis to learn this stuff, and then there's the one knight in nearby that makes it a particularly interesting and difficult fight. But it gives you all the basics for you to learn how to do all that stuff. If you work your way past all of that by simply having enough hit points and hitting hard enough that you can be sloppy, then you're going to walk into an area where they're not forgiving anymore, and it's going to decimate you. If you want to be a caster very badly, then start with a caster build. I'd go with the astrologer build. That, I think, is the best caster to start with. And you'll start with the very basic spells. I would not start with an incantation caster as a first caster. I think that'll be very frustrating. Because you really have two stats that you have to build instead of just one. You really need arcane to go with a lot of the early meaningful incantations, and that can make it tougher to get stuff that you want to get without... It's almost like you're a hybrid. Later on, it's not a problem, but early on, it can be a problem. I'd start with Vagabond. Learn how to parry, at least the basics of parrying. Learn how to guard. Learn how to use a guard counter. Learn the timing of when you hold up your guard, and then wait for them to do a series of attacks. Like they go, boom, 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 then you attack. Learn all of that stuff at the beginning of the game. You don't want to have to learn that when you're on Consort Radon and he's got 12 attacks in a row before you're allowed to swing, for example. That's my biggest recommendation. All right.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
Get my attack off, for crying out loud. Jesus.
I'm sorry for speaking to you as a compatriot when you stood before the withered arm.
I am Anvar of the Pure Blood Knights. I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master, Moog.
Ow. Oh, no.
Your suspicions were dead on. In the end, I could not bury the memories of Lord Moog.
I died.
Pact of blood.
So the easiest way to do this fight, by the way, is with the Blasphemous Blade. Just FYI. In case you ever wondered, Blasphemous Blade makes this fight much, much easier.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
No! I hate Dane.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Redder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this. I'm sorry.
Ow!
For
What?
speaking to you as a compatriot when we stood before the withered arm.
Yeah, I meant to summon the mimic as a caster. And I actually don't often use the mimic on this. I'll actually use the sisters, the twin knights, if you will. Let's see. Yeah. Now he'll be a caster.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Redder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
No!
For speaking
No!
to you as a compatriot.
Oh my god!
With it on. With this battle I send you on. It was an honor to face a worthy lord. Now go.
Thanks for joining, Ansba. Alright. I'm gonna go back to this. And to this. And to this. All right. Thank you for the follow. Come on.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Redder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
What? Get her. There you go. No. Oh, come on.
Blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master Mo.
It's like he's hanging out going, oh, they're dead, I can jump in now. Yes, the wall build. That's fair.
don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Leder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire.
Ow!
For the dignity of my lord and master, Mo. Right just tarnished, it appears that our interests have aligned. Balm upon my soul of those that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade.
What? What hit me?
Make the world
A gentler place.
I am here to serve Centrina evermore.
Now he shows up. He's like, hey guys, sorry I'm late for the show. So is that considered to be a kill or not? It is. Lame. Thalir. Fashionably late. Again. Who else didn't show up? More? Huh. Oh, I've been playing, my break has been playing Convergence. That game's amazing, by the way.
Appearing, what a fool I deserve.
Or that mod is amazing.
Oh, well, you need it was you. Fear not. His eminent besides righteous, I swear. I swear.
All right. I will do my best to not just go back to the usual way to beat him. But I make no promises. Let's see. Medium load. I gotta use defensive stuff is the thing. Alright. Physical. Where is it? There. And there. Now, Frostpot. No. We want. Oh, no. Ah, come on. Yes. And yes. No. This. Oh, I can do butterflies if I want. All right. $224. All right, that's. I mean, I was like level I finished everything and I was level 217, I think, on my first playthrough. And I made a point to go everywhere and do everything. So, by the way, this fight, Consort Radon, is substantially harder if you summon these helpers. Just in case anyone's going to go and be like, you shouldn't summon the helpers. They make the fight so much harder. They give him hit points. I know. I know. I know.
My lord.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, shit. I did not notice my health was that low. Alright, I'm actually pretty pleased at this thing here. And I'm going to stick with it. This is a slightly different way to do this than what I've done previously. But I find this to be fascinating. I don't know if you were noticing what I was doing, but Thalier will poison him. And as soon as Thalier poisons him, I'm going to use this effect to blow that off and do a ton of damage. The problem is it makes him more resistant to poison for the next time. But if we can get him down fast enough... I should have done... Alright, I'm not... Let me think. Oh, here. 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 Let's see if we can't do this first.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
So see how he's got that poison? Uh-oh. Ooh, ooh. So he's poisoned again. Oh, but now he's not poisoned. Alright. That's normal. Aw, crap.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Oh no, I don't have it. Oh shit, I didn't kill the... Oops. Alright, good to know. Ow. Ow. Uh-oh. No! Sorry. I didn't kill the sunflower yet, which means I don't have the item I need to get that off. Oops. I think I have to get... I think I'm done with Consort Radon for a little while. I think I need to go get Sunflower. I need Mikola's rune. Oh, shit. But all my runes are in there. Alright. I'm gonna cheat. Well, not gonna cheat. Watch this. There's a physic for that. Where is it? It didn't... fuck me. It didn't pick up my rune. I used a physic to that, and it didn't pick up the runes. Whatever. I walked right up on top of him. I was mashing the button. My fucking runes are gone. Oh well. Yeah. It's not even half a level. That's the worst part. Alright, let's see. I don't want that in my physic anymore. Actually want to go to that one. Alright, Sunflower. How the hell do I get to Sunflower again? I always hate that. I have to go... is there any easy way to get there? No. Bleh. What? See if I can manage to not screw this up. Not that I have any runes to lose. Yeah, the Mesmer Spear is definitely a good one against the Sunflower. This build is not going to be so good against the Sunflower, but I'll mess with it to fix that once I get there. If I'm even going the right way. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube and you're sending messages, I'm not getting them anymore. Just FYI. I am still getting TikTok messages, though. Go figure. No, I know you are. I know who's on what. The problem is that although all the feeds should be showing up on my screen somewhere over there, the way I have it set up, that's supposed to happen. I'm not sure how well that works. Loud noise. Loud noise. Scary. Out of coffee. And I skipped lunch. One thing that would be nice is if they had a boss like Millennia or Consort Radon or even Mesmer. If they created multiple soundtracks. Oh yeah. The DLC is definitely an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. Just gonna stick with a sword and board or a poke and board build for now. Welcome back, Mackenzie. Yes? Yo hablo un poquito español. Muy poquito. It reminds me of the Beavis and Butthead episode, where their Spanish teacher is like, do you even remember any? Did you even learn any Spanish?" And they're like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh yeah, give me one word." And they're like, spaghetti." They're like, "Burrito, taco, spaghetti." Look up Beavis and Butthead. You speak English way better than I speak Spanish, for whatever that's worth. Look up Beavis and Butthead Spanish on YouTube. Uh-oh. It's too much. It is so funny. Their teacher who's teaching them Spanish is so mad because they're not learning anything, right? And he's like, "That's not even Spanish." Ugh, I hate these bats. Now I hate them even more. I'm not even sure I understand what you mean. Mesmer's long dead. You have to kill Mesmer to get the flame that you use to burn the thorns that keep you from going into, get to Consort Radon. I want to fight this next guy. How? So, for some reason, my shield wasn't up. Queenling? I'm not sure what that is. Oh, yes. Finally. Trying to beat Crucible Knight, ever goal. So Crucible Knights are exceptionally difficult mobs to beat. They're very, very, you have to roll correctly kind of things. Your best bet is to oh, the whatever does twice. Yeah, it is actually. Especially with Anspur set up as a poison weapon, because it'll put both poison and rot on, and the Ash of War works with both. Yeah, the Crucible Knights, especially in a small fighting space, can be really frustrating. So what you want to do is you want to pay attention, you want to get good at when to use the Ash, when to use the skill. That's kind of the critical part. I'm not sure how well this is going to work against the Sunflower, however. That's what I'm curious about. And now I'll have 11 of these. All right. Now... These might actually be useful. You're not. You are. Ouch! Really should pay attention to the guy breathing fire on you, you know? How's that not doing anything? That's kind of crazy. Ow. Come on, come on, come on. Uh-oh. No! No! Damn it. This should work. What I'm surprised by is the Shadow Flame. This didn't do anything. The Black Ritual Flame, that was surprising to me. That would have ended it. Let's see. Yeah, I'll stick with that. What? That's not what I just told you to do. Jesus. I hate that. Jesus. Nope. Come on, Slim. Nope. Ow. Nice. That's okay. That's what I needed. So this blade is a gross. Taker's Flames is the thing that makes that flower. Yeah. Anyway, because it's particularly vulnerable to fire. All right. Back to Radon. Oh, hold on. All right. And not that. Although, man, that's tempting. That experience, like, reminds me why this sword is awesome. Alright, spells. Oh, but if I do that, I don't want to use Frost on the big guy. Yep, I don't want to use Frost on the big guy. I want that. What else? I'm gonna go full risk. I don't want fire. I want to heal everybody around me. Yep.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ow. Dang it. Ow. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right. Be right back. All right, let's do this.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ow. Oops. Oops. Ouch. Oh, I hate it when he does that. Bah. That's a really risky spell. But it does a ton of Scarlet Rot buildup. Really risky spell. Alright. No worries.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, you schmuck. Ah, he was going to go for the grab right there. Ouch. No! So I'm not sure why. This is something I'm trying to figure out. So that ability sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. And I don't understand what the basis of that is. That's kind of my one comment about this is, like, sometimes I see it work. And I am tempted now to... I'm going to give it one more try like this. I'm tempted to put it back on blood and rely on Tholier to poison him and see if I can remove it off that way. It's unclear. Maybe... I don't, because it's... If I was going to do any of them, what I would do would be remove this. In fact, I'll do that. And put on this. So now I've switched to a completely defensive setup. There's two of them, actually. Well, three. But there's two critical ones. One's an incantation, one's a sorcery.
Pleasure to see you this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yep, so that time it got the rot off of him, right? No! I held it there. I thought I had a moment to cast. I did not. Time is it? Okay. Yeah, he... oh, yeah. No, it's 15:25 here. Come on, buddy. There we go.
Pleasure to see you. After all this time.
Wait,
Those
how did I just go ahead and...
not belong to you.
Oh, I know. Damn. That's not good. I'm toast. I went heavy. When I switched to God, I was so close. When I switched the, yeah. I think I need 99. That's the funny thing. Alright. Hold on. Great runes. Yeah, I still want to use that one. Alright, hold on. That messed everything up. Yeah, when I switched, that's funny. Like, the one that I picked is the one that made me heavy. Huh. What if someone suggested this? I'm going to go crank this bad boy up. Because it weighs about 10 less. Hold on. Get myself some runes. Let me see. Oh, snap. It's a normal. Doesn't even use sombers. Alright. Oh my goodness. Ah, come on. Oh, you know what I should do? Alright, let's try this shield. This one has a higher holy anyway, so it might even work better. Although its guard... Yeah, its guard is less. Well, we'll see. We shall see. Ooh, yeah. That's the catch, is the guard.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mauve will have his dignity.
Oh, I cast it the wrong time. Meh. Oh, man.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mauve will have his dignity.
No! Ah! I'm trying not to use the physic until phase 2. Maybe I should engage it slightly before. Oh, thank you for the follow. Ah, damn it. No. Oh, damn it. So, Ben, in order to summon Thalia, you have to actually basically finish his whole quest line. Which means that you need to go down to St. Trina and do the whole interaction with Thalia there. Yeah, I know. That was surprising to me too. I may need to switch. So, I really am loath to go back to the build out that I always use. I'm trying to do something at least a little bit different. And a little bit frustrating. He hits that hard.
General Radahn, it's a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Like, how did he even
Lord
hit me
Moog
right there?
will have his day.
That's the kind of stuff that actually gets me confused. Oh, yep. What? That was crazy. Oh. Yeah, I think that what I need is to Alright, I need to switch this back to bleed. The problem is bleed is reliable. I still want this, but I want blood. And yeah, I'm going to try this. So bleed is reliable, right? Bleed builds up, it goes, that's it. For me to get the same effect with poison, I have to land the ash on the boss. And the problem with landing the ash on the boss is if I go through that process, I'm open to be hit by any one of the stuff that he does. I'm not hiding behind my shield anymore. And so I think that I'm doing too much trying to get it to land, because I'm reliant completely on using that effect to get the advantage of it. So I'm going to do it this way instead, and then see if I can't still take advantage of having it with Thalier and the rot buildup. That still works.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
Stupid.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have it.
Come on. So if you watch closely, you'll see the mistake that I make often. I don't try to make the mistake, but I make it nonetheless. And the mistake is that I will cast I will go to drink a potion, cast a spell, whatever, and to do that, I pull my shield away to take that action, and right then is when he hits me. So I misjudge when is safe. I'm trying to get better at it, but my brain ain't wired that way, I guess.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Magic. Sometimes it hits for nothing. Sometimes I get killed in one shot. I just don't know. Okay.
pleasure to see you. After all this time.
What?
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have
All
his
right.
dignity.
I tried a small change. Did not go well. Got me hit. Bat.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time.
What?
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
What? Come on. Oh boy. No, that's not what I wanted. Right. Probably shouldn't have skipped lunch.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
What? Now he's frosty. Oh boy.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Become our new
Ah. He killed my mimic and Thalier in the same swoop. Alright, I'm going to do this without the helpers. Yeah. Alright, in that case, make a small change. So much for running sideways. Trying to get him to roll. No luck. Meh. Alright. I'm gonna make a change. Small change, but a change. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna summon my helper with that sword.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his dignity.
Ow. Whatever. Oh, I summoned him as a caster. Oh well.
General Radon. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his dignity.
Ow! Oh boy. Couldn't see him. I didn't know what he was doing. Meh. Oh, sure. Now you heal. There's something else I can do. Oh, now I remember why I don't want that guy. Ah, that'll blow Frost off. That's why that's not good. Yeah, then I may as well go back to something like that. Or oh. Oh.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Nope. Oh no. Ah. Good Lord. Oh, man. This question on my screen still hanging out there is who's the hardest boss for you? Just huh.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Oh, did my dirty work.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
No, this fight's way harder than Melania. Melania has a bar. If you don't have high enough DPS, you can't beat Melania. Unless you are a dodge master, right? Obviously, if you can dodge every attack, she never heals. But if she's healing off of you, your DPS has to be higher than her healing. Full stop.
Radahn. A pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to me. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Told you to dive, you just did nothing.
Radahn. A pleasure to see you.
Look, he just healed twice in a row. 3 times.
But those
So
remains
my
do
Mimic
not
just
belong
used
to me.
all its healing.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
So, hey Sage, okay, so, have you played through the DLC before? I'm only asking because it will help me explain. There are NPCs that you get through questing. The catch is because you summon them outside, they make the fight a lot harder. The boss has a hell of a lot more hit points. I think he hits harder too, but that's harder to tell. Thalia is actually the one, this one in front of me, this one, is actually the easier one to not get than this one. If you make sure just to keep talking to all the NPCs around the DLC, just keep talking to them every time anything happens, you'll get to the point where Unspa joins you. He's not a hard one to get to join you. Thalia requires that you get Thalia's quest line down to St. Trina, and then you interact with St. Trina, with Thalia there, ultimately getting Thalia to attack you, finishing up with Trina, and then Thalia will be available here after you finish talking to him again down there. That's how you get these two. These are the only 2 summons you can get for this fight. And keep in mind, they make the fight a lot harder. But that's like my goal here. Well, I mean, it's not my goal to make it harder, but... yeah.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, come on. Up. I screwed up. I thought I had time. I did not. What? Lies. Lies.
General Radahn, pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, come on! What? Two-thirds of my health with 30% damage reduction. That's obscene. Yes. I'm losing faith in this shield. There is another shield Ash of War. The problem is, if I use this Ash of War, first you'd have to be on a PC, then you'd have to be high enough level, and I don't summon people to help. What I'm thinking of is what I lose is the ability to use a skill, or at least it becomes much more difficult to use a skill because it'll use the shield skill instead. Alright. Not that it matters, but alright. That also means that on Godskin Duo, are you summoning the Recusant? Because he actually makes that fight much easier.
Done. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have
Running the way I'm supposed to run. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't think this fight stays the same starting at ng+7. I don't care what people say. This fight gets harder every time.
Radahn. Pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, shit. Yeah, alright. I am not in love with his shield. I don't know if that's the difference, but... I like the holy damage reduction, but... it doesn't feel like enough.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, come on! I'm floating in the air! How'd that even hit me?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Uh-oh.
It's up to you now. Grant Citrina's wish.
Just stop.
Damn it. No! I had that. I got greedy there at the end. Yeah. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, the shield is much better for try this one.
General Radar. A pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Horse hockey. Got him. What? He just blew through my shield. Hey, Gregwise. Bleh. I got robbed. I got robbed. Or not. Who knows?
You after all this time. But those remains do
Come on,
not
somebody piss him
belong
off.
to you.
Turn him around.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Holy cow. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, that mimic tier got rocked. Ouch. Aw, come on! There he is. Oh! Come on! He got me in my middle. Come on, Ansbach. Oh, 10 times harder. 1,000%. They intentionally make this fight exceptionally punishing. It's way harder, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a dodge monkey. So, you know, people that can just dodge everything and, like, just spend 20 minutes like plinking him down. Yeah, it's one mistake, they're dead. Eh. That's not my thing, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mauve will have his dignity.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with those. I've never known. I've done everything that people say. They're like, oh, you got to run sideways. They still hit me. You got to run. You got to sprint. Do this, do that. It doesn't matter. They always hit me. Sometimes I take nothing. Sometimes I take full damage. Sometimes I take my entire health bar. Whatever. That particular one, it's like a crapshoot. Now, I will add plain one small sort of comment that goes with that. I think Consort Radahn gets substantially harder every new game, more so than any other bosses get harder every other game.
Those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mauve will have his dignity.
There's that bleed. Hi, rats. Hiya. Rats. Oh, he did catch someone. Shit. I didn't notice. Oh, well, I was hoping for the bleed. He killed like all 3 helpers in like one move. That was crazy. Just like swept through them. Yeah, I was low health. The problem is that his holy damage is going to cut through the shield, and every time he hits, he adds holy damage. So I gambled, and I gambled poorly. I lost. My hope was that I'd get a bleed hit, and that would kill him, but it didn't happen. But that was kind of crazy that he like killed all of them all at once. We're there. We're there. Just need to play a little smarter. Would also help if my mimic would not waste his healing, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
It's actually something else I could do. Can't tell. Did I get the rod on it? I did get the rod on it. All right. Up. Whoops.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Oh, there goes the mimic. Come on, bleed. Ah!
Be only of love.
Not for gods, but for men.
No! Seriously? Look at that health bar! Ah! That was crazy. No way. All right. So, all right, there's a couple things I can change. Can do that. Man. The extent to which... Yeah, that was nuts. I don't... I play solo. IDK. Man. Oh, oops.
General Radahn. Pleasure to see you. After all this time, those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, the bleed hit didn't get him to the top. There we go. What? No. Oh, crap. Jesus. That was crazy. So, the Mimic Tear, I don't know why the Mimic Tear took such massive damage. I don't know why it didn't heal either. But the bleed buildup that I work on is not dependent on the Mimic Tear, but it sure as hell helps to have the Mimic there. I don't know what happened that he took all that damage all at once. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a serious, like, what the hell kind of thing. This is the one.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Why aren't you guys fighting him? What the hell? Oh, I missed
I
it.
promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
What? Fight me. That was crazy. All right.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
Rude.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Hey, helpers. How about you help? Good Lord. I don't... It's crazy to me that... It's like sometimes when I have my shield up, or at least I'm pressing the button telling the game to have my shield up, it works, and sometimes it doesn't. but clearly it's just kinda nuts. That's okay. There's actually, so there's a small shift. I don't even have the sword on me, so never mind. I'd actually prefer not to build rot up on him on the first phase.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. But
Seriously?
those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh. No, 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 no! Trying to get that shield up. This is the longest I've been on this boss in a long time.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
What? Aw, come on. What? No, 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 no. Horse feathers. Oh, I'm dead. It's a risky animation to get locked into. Yeah, I have beaten him multiple times. I've beaten him 15, 16 times. On this character, I've beaten him 12 times. I'm going for lucky 13. How did he even hit me that far away? Good lord. I think that's the first time I've seen him throw a pot in, like, forever. Oh, come on. Alright, so I'm going to make a small change and not summon the helpers. Here's the deal. One of the things that happens when I summon my mimic with Anspur's rapier is I end up where is it? Hold on, I'll switch those two. Okay, he ends up rotting up the boss, and no, I'll just do the one. I'll just do me and my summon a couple of times. What happens is that he summons up my... Oh, but I do want to do this. This quote I want to allow. He'll use Anspur's rapier, which is bleed good, but rot bad in phase 1. I don't actually want him to be rotted in phase 1. I want him to rot in phase 2. Oh, which also reminds me, I want to get rid of butterflies. I don't actually want him to get rot in phase 1. I want at least one free, heavy rot buildup from that phase. Or in phase 1, right? Because there's one, you get a really low resistance, and the resistance keeps going up each time you give it. So by limiting, by not letting him use Anspur's rapier, but instead another rapier, which is just as good except it doesn't have rot, I limit the Mimic's ability to rot up the boss when that's not a desirable effect, so to speak. Anyway, so I want him to be using this one, not mine, when I summon him. That would be nice if he did something. Jesus. Dude, get him mad or something. No! Now, I'm okay with him getting rotted up. Uh-oh. Nope. I need, so that doesn't work very well anymore, where you use the talisman to make him more mad at the mimic than at me. Honestly, I can manage, if he stayed on me the whole time, I can manage that. I can get the heals in that I need. I can do the things that I need for my mimic just to plink away at him till he's dead. That's something that I can manage. The problem is that he flips around and does things in weird timings. I don't get killed usually just because he's hitting on me. When he's beating on me for a prolonged period of time, it's when he's like hitting my guy, then in the middle of a sequence switches to me and starts beating on me when I was trying to do something because he was hitting my guy. You know what I mean? But that did originally work really well, but my understanding is that that was nerfed a lot. Ah, God, he ran away. That's irritating. Did I get him that time? I didn't. Jesus Christ, dude. That time I got him. What? Bullshit. Like that. Alright, I'm going back to the helpers. One more, then I gotta go. Let's make it happen. Thank you, Vox. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Light. It's kind of you to say. My suckitude overfloweth.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, you asshole. No! Uh-oh.
It's up to you now. Concentrate away.
Run away! Now, be nice if the Mimic would heal.
I just started. Become but for men.
Aww. That whole ending. The Mimic never healed. I gotta watch it again. So one of the things I've caught the Mimic doing is the moment it takes damage, it uses all 3 of its healing items at the beginning of the game. It immediately uses all of them. Anyway, I gotta call that. I'm gonna have to come back and do this later. I got to make some food for the family and get that stuff taken care of. So thank you all for being here. I apologize if you wanted to see me finish it. It's just gonna have to happen later. It also would have helped if I used my rune, but hey, what can I say? Be excellent, be good to each other, have an excellent year, and I will see you all next time.